Oh. Guys, I'm eating soup, so I have my mic muted. I'll give comments when I am done eating, okay? Right. Well, that's a disappointment. This is generate, alright, so it's generating the declaration. Yeah, that means that we need access to the well, if not here, then here. This really runs over members and then accesses, say, the basic type. Okay, in the case of textures, we don't need that because nothing has a meaning of the fake member of the texture. So why am I even getting members here if it doesn't contain anything? Isn't that a good question? I'm getting the shader variable from it. And from that the name. Oh, okay. Yeah. True. Can I get a name from the shader variable? Ah, right. Right. Still confused though. Name. I have a billion names, I bet. Yeah, that would do it. Okay. So I need a shader variable. And I have a ShaderResource members container. No, yeah, I have a ShaderResource there. Look again, ShaderResource. Okay, so I can get members. Don't have members anymore. I can call this instead. Put it a little bit softer. So yeah, You ever had that you had an application that worked and then you had to port it to a newer version of the library? It reminds me of it. This used to work and now we need that. Figure it out. Okay, instead of members, I'm going to call it variables. Well, it isn't even a variable. So, well, let's call it variable then, because it only contains one variable. In the case of a texture. And a fake one at that. And this type is defined in... It's private, in ShaderResource. That won't work, but fortunately then we can use auto. And then I can get my shader variable from that, I think. Oh, no, I don't have the don't have the type anymore. It's a vector. However, this thing is derived from a shader variable. So, well. Okay, I'll use this type. Then I think the compiler can skip the virtual function because it's called final. So then you call a virtual function and the compiler should think, well, let's just call the function directly. Not that it matters, because this code doesn't need to be fast. But is a slight advantage. Okay, I think that it works, and then we have everything. We get the same problem down here, of course. This time is much more annoying because I need something else. I need the members. I need the members of the uniform buffer. So the way I did that before is by just getting a pointer to whatever, wherever it is, and then yeah, use the same type for all shader resources. However, at this moment I already know that it is a uniform buffer. So what I could do is get some base class that is common and then just cast it back to a uniform buffer base. Anyway, this is not going to work. So here we use the basic type and the name. Is that all? Whoa. So it's just the basic type that I need. Nah, I cannot believe that. We're going to need more, I bet, in the end, when I add support for arrays. I want a thing that contains the basic type. What is it called? It is called uniform buffer base. Because that contains this. Oh, but it is a fixed type, a resource member container. So ShaderResourceMember has a map of ShaderResource member objects, and that has the basic type, as you can see, plus all the other things that I need or might need in the future. So the past me had a foreseeing eye. I keep being amazed still sometimes. ShaderResourceMember container type. You know, this. That is being returned by the uniform buffer base. Oh wait, I need a uniform buffer base. Well, do I? Haha. I can just store a pointer directly to this member thing, of course. No need to. Or, more logical, I make this as base class of the uniform buffer base. No, that's nonsense. The whole idea was that the texture now does not need to know this. I think I made a mistake again, as usual. No, this is a new Vim. Someone called vertex shader and fragment shader. It's interesting. You must be into 3D graphics. I have to think. Well, for those who read the description of this video, which is the same as the last stream, there is an annoying difference between different shader resources, of which I have implemented two now, half, I must say, uniform buffers and textures. In that uniform buffer has multiple members. Say, the uniform buffer, I store a struct in it, and the struct has members. While the texture, no members, no struct. But at some point in this code I need to treat all the shader resources, so both uniform buffers and textures, I need to treat them as one thing, as a shader resource. So it seems that there is not really a good way out of that, except by pretending that the texture also has members and then just give it a single member. For some reason I just don't want to do that. So I need access to this. That was clear. And the problem is that it is a container of really, there's only one. I should do this one. It's a map of ShaderResource members. I have an idea. We go the STL way. So I'm gonna not return a map. I'm going to return iterators. Now, if only this could be a vector, that would even be better. And the question is, why do I need this int at all? Do I need it? It's inserted with a member index, but the question is if I ever search for that. You would think that I do, right? Just debug output anyway. Yeah, well, members is a private member. So if I look at members itself, I only have to look at the header file, which I'm doing here. And well, this is not using it as a map, it's just returning a reference to it. And here we insert it, which I could then just not do. But I also have to look at whatever the caller is doing with this members call, right? And that's hard to find because it's a small word. Already had a billion members, so I'm just going to rename it to members2. And of course also the type is involved. And also not, and then because it's private, it can still be used from the source file, which is only using it to access the first member here, which is also not really interesting, and to print it, which is also not interesting. So as far as I can see, the only way to access this thing and actually use the key is through that member function, which I just renamed. And I can recompile it and then we'll get where it is being used. Plus all the other errors. It's a cons reference. I still have soup left. Lots of soup. It's cold by now, but well. We have user undeclared identifier members. That's not the one that I renamed. Probably more intelligence remark was possible. ShaderVariable. Well, if that doesn't compile, then nothing compiles. Just comment it out. And this too. Yeah, the downside of using this method, I explained this method before, it doesn't work right now, but what I often do is I want to make a change, and then what I do is just make a few changes, just a variable name or a type name different in the header, say. And then I start compiling, and then the compiler, through compiler errors, tells me what else I need to change. So from one thing comes another, and then eventually when all the compile errors are removed, you have done the whole change. So then the compiler is helping you by pointing at where you need to make changes. One of the reasons that doesn't work is when you have code that just simply doesn't compile. So in this case I started with something that didn't compile, then I changed members to members too, and I didn't find where it's being called because nothing compiles. No member name prefix in ShaderResourceMember. Yeah. I have no idea what this needs to be. It's better to get to compile as much as possible and then do them one by one, I think. But I need to be able to find them back, so I had to fix me everywhere. Well, what about that? Everything compiles on links. Ship it. UBT. No. Let me look at the places where that member 2 appeared. Oh, members 2. So it's only called in one place. Namely in add uniform buffer, and then it's being passed to add members of the ShaderResource pointer. This is ShaderResource. I think CTEX a little bit confused. And what we do with members, we just run over all the elements. We are not using a key or anything. I'm going to change this into a vector. Right, so we had this members 2 thing, and then now we'll look at the declaration. And I want members container type to be a vector. And now you see the benefit of having commented out everything so that it compiled. Because this is one of those changes. I want to change it from a map to a vector. What do I need to change? Well, I don't know. So what I do, I just change the map into a vector. That's it. If it compiles, it works. That's my motto. Of course, there's more, and I could do more. And that would be faster, but I'm just going to compile now to show how this works. I mean, compiling and then understanding the error and then do that one by one is slower than when you edit as much as possible every time. But okay, yeah, clearly we have now an iterator to an iterator of a vector, which gives us the element directly. So the second is gone. You, by the way, also see the advantage of using using a type def or using type def for every container. Okay, no member try and place. Well, obviously not. So instead we do in place back. Oh, now it's not ordered anymore. That was the reason I used the map. I finally realized. Yeah. Okay, so we're doing this differently. I'm going to try to get that member, to get members allocated with the right size early, and then I can just assign it. Okay, now it starts to be scary, I must admit. I still have to create it now. Also not very nice. And place is nicer. Okay, I understand why I was using a map. But okay, I'm going to comment this also out and see what else is problematic. If this is the only line that's problematic, then I might continue with this anyway. Okay, this is just printing it. I could print a map anyway. It's kind of redundant. Let's not forget where I did it. Okay, it's a line 100 thing. Well, that was easy. So the only problem is that it's not sorted the same way, and this is being called one by one. In what order? All right, probably in the correct order, although I'm not 100% sure. That's quite annoying. I'm just going, but this is the only place where it is being called. So, is that a private function? It's a public function. What the hell is that a public function then? Let's make it private. kind of accessors need to be public. Protected. Why is it protected? Uniform buffer. The silliness of it all. Oh, this is a buffer base. Well, okay. But this is being called from. Oh, this is being called from here. So yeah, protected is exactly what I want. Uniform buffer is the class, and this is the base class of that. So I'm accessing something of the base class. But then protected is good enough. This looks really ugly, but as you know, normally I use this font. I don't want to make my line shorter just because I use a larger font. Right. So I can change this into just and place back. And then we don't have a key. The rest stays the same. And then it might not be ordered by member index. But all of that is done here. So if upon return I can just sort it. That is annoying, and I can code like this, but I forgot the name of it. How is this called in C++? Does anyone know? It's not a folding expression. I think it's a folding expression, so I'll just use that. So not sure if that is how they are added when using the above folding expression. So then members must also be protected. And they are private. Yeah, what the heck. I'm just going to make everything protected. Like a true World Economic Forum Marxist, everyone must be equal. Let's not make descriptor set key private. You can just pass a predicate here, right? To sort. Which then passes, I guess, the type of members, which I forgot again, obviously. ShaderResourceMember. No. Left hand side something is less than right hand side something. There's something being the member index. Yeah, it's also called an ellipsis, but I think it's folding expressions are new in C++20. Super powerful, but also pretty hard to understand. Let's look it up. Since C++17. So these kind of expressions. Containing of a peg, an operator, an ellipsis, and then the parentheses are also important. And then here's how it unpacks. I think I just learned it by doing, of course, and the internet. Just look it up. You only need two things, well, three maybe. IRC I would add as well, and then definitely Stack Overflow and yeah, and this site cvpreference.com and Google, of course. Mostly I just type it in Google and I click on a Stack Overflow or a cvpreference.com link. And if those don't help, then I write a test case on Wandbox or something, or Godbolt, and then I ask on IRC. Okay, we still have an error. Let me see. Object of type vulkan shader builder ShaderResourceMember cannot be assigned because its copy assignment operator is implicitly deleted. That is an assignment that happens as part of something I did with an algorithm somewhere. In initiation of function template specialization. Let me find for something that I do understand. In instantiation of function template specialization standard sort. What? Sort apparently requires assignment, and we don't have that. Now, maybe it's me, but I don't see a class or a struct. Class, oh this. Well, there's absolutely no reason not to have an assignment. No reason whatsoever. So what is the reason that it gives? Copy assignment operator of the is implicitly deleted because basic type has no copy assignment operator. Let's give it one. Oh, right. Yeah, I'm usually initializing these things with forgot the name. Yeah, that's really bad. More and more often I just cannot remember things. How is it called? Designated something. Designated something. Does it also? It's also an aggregates. Yeah, this is what I meant. So since C++20 you can use designated initializers to initialize an aggregate. Meaning that you only you do not, like here, if you assign something like this, or you use an initializer list like this, you just have to give every argument, right? 1, 2, 3, all of them. And then you have an initializer list. With designated initializers, you can leave some of them out. You just tell it, you know, I give the des1 is arg1, and then say you skip argument 2 and you do dot des3, and then you give arg3, etc. And all the ones that you leave out will then be default constructed or constructed whatever is given in the aggregate. However, it happens very fast that something is not an aggregate anymore. For example, if you add a constructor, it's not an aggregate anymore. And what I do not know now is if I add a copy assignment here, Will it still be an aggregate? I guess you'll have to find out, right? Not implementing it yet. Let's see if this leads to a billion compile errors or not. Errors are us. Cannot be signed because the copy assignment operator is implicitly deleted. Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Copy assignment operator of ShaderResourceMember is implicitly deleted because field and basic type has no copy assignment operator. What? Did I not just add that? Now I have to ask. This stumps me. Yeah, I think I have number 2. Class name reference operator equals class name const reference. So why do I still get that error then? I got an answer. Your member is const. I think it's a tiny bit confusing. And I'm being stupid, of course. I cannot assign it because it is const. And then you know that everything is const. No, this is just const pointer. It was not const here. Well, none of the members may be const, otherwise you cannot assign it. If you want to sort this thing, then apparently nothing can be const. It's kind of annoying though. How far can I shift this back? And I'm looking at ISC, you see this. Is there a better way to define a function that doesn't partake in stupid implicit conversion than doing something like that? Requires. Yeah, strange. I thought I had some dirty trick somewhere that involved is same. Well, I don't know. Then I don't know. I think the dirty trick was even better, but I cannot find it back. Wait, maybe it's not in the project sources. Let me grab all the sources. Keyboard dead. Excuse me. Hello. The backspace is not working anymore. Damn it. Why can I not remember this? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, we have something that compiles in the meantime. Sneaky. So apparently I switched to vector now. Yes, I'm using VMA. VMA, I don't know, X. You can see something related to it in memory, I guess. And GitHub. My GitHub repository. Okay, I forgot what I was working on. Why? I did get compile errors somewhere, and then I commented them out, and I think I added everywhere fix me. Start from the top. That is an old one. Doesn't compile, that could be it. That's a resource declaration. No. No, well, maybe actually. Let's have a look here. Yeah, this is where I was working on. And then I had the idea not to return members, but just return the iterators. I think that's more clean. Ah, what the heck, I'm going to return pointers. Oh, that's ugly. No, it's too ugly. Although a vector iterator is a pointer, but to return a vector iterator, I still need to know the type, so it's still not general enough. This is madness. There is another method. I can add something that does something for every member. So I can just pass a lambda and I say do this for every member. Maybe that's a good idea. I like that idea. Yeah. So I still need a pointer then to the underlying shader resource. You would say that's this, but it isn't for some reason. Blasphemy. Yeah, hi Shubham. Did your soul turn black yet in 2 years' time, or is there still hope? Right. This thing has a wrong name. I don't like it. What is a better name for this thing? Yeah, well, maybe it has a good name. I just need a base class for the shader resources as well. Okay, so I had this. Maybe it's sufficient. Maybe it is sufficient. Yeah, well, it's only sufficient if I added also to texture, which I didn't want to do. Yeah, funny. I'm too much of a C++, sorry. I'm too much of a perfectionist to use Emacs. I mean, in general. What is a better name for this thing? It refers also to a shader resource, but within a certain context. What is that context? How about I rename it to Shader Resource Declaration? Don't have that yet. I think it's pretty related to declarations. going to do that. Okay, if I rename that, then let's see, I not just rename it, I also move it, I think. How about I first move it? No, I don't move it. Let's just rename it. Although, resource declaration. Yeah, let's not move it. Let's not move it. I'm going to do git move ShaderResource.h to ShaderResource declaration.h. And then let's do Q1. ShaderResource. Right, what is happening? Oh. Huh? That went very wrong here. ShaderResourceMember. Right, that doesn't work. Member? All things should get its own hero as well. Oh right, that thing. Let's make a namespace for it. No. No. That was the whole reason I renamed the other shader resource, so I could use it here. Frame resource index. That's not here. It's part of vulkan. Okay, okay. Didn't say anything. Could call it base instead of ShaderResource. Yeah, the infernal Nick. I think I just learned it myself. I'm definitely going to make an FAQ. The same questions are coming up over and over here. Getting tired, but I want to get this over with because I'm really in the middle of something. Right, let me think. What? ShaderResource.h not found. Oh, stupid. I'm just gonna forward declared. So, with a bit of luck, I can just initialize the thing from the constructor. The thing being the new member of ShaderResource. The new member of the renamed ShaderResource. ShaderResource declaration. Now defined in ShaderResource declaration.h, of course. And there's the new member in ShaderResource. And here is the constructor. The order is not really correct. These things, these commented out things, follow after mset index hints. That's not declared either. After m descriptor type. No, after m descriptor. It's correct. What am I bubbling? The new one then gets, say, here. I'm just going to declare that. Okay, where's my missing comma? So put a comma here, and a comma here away, and a comma here. And then still need a parameter. Right. Do I have other things like constructors, assignment things? Nope. I need probably an accessor for it, right? That's why I'm adding it. Let's do this one again while I'm at it. Already have that. Yeah, the header, I mean. So now I should get a compile error where the thing is constructed. Cannot print it. Yeah, that's nasty. All right. Printing it as a pointer? No. What? Yeah, let's then not print it as a pointer. Come on. I mean, it's empty so far, isn't it? In the end, On the other hand, you know, I want to be able to print everything. I might add stuff to it later, so let's add support for printing it. Make it virtual. It's a base class. Let's make it virtual. Could you be kidding me? You have got to be kidding me. Texture derives from the base and does not have a print on. At least that one has. And that one has too. Kind of silly if you ask me. Kind of silly. Okay. The thing was pure virtual. Well, I don't know. I'll add something once it gets a member or something. Right, where's my compile error then? Yeah, no type named OStream. and still not printed. Where can I not print it? In instantiation of function temps here, I guess. I am including debug, which I think is including, I already know what the solution is, but I kind of wanted to show it, I guess. ls dot dot. Debug should be in my root. It's another one. Yep. I think it includes details as print on. Okay, anyway. Did I say vulkan print on? Or just print utils print on? Yeah. The question is, who is including this thing here? It is included by cxx.h. Not very interesting. Oh. It is sometimes included, but not like in debug.h. say. Now what? Well, I'm just gonna edit it like this. Debug. Wait. I said I already know what it is, but it's because I thought that base was in detail. It isn't. It isn't. So it's just this header file is missing. That's the problem. Right. So now we need to know again where there was the ShaderResource declaration. I have the feeling that a lot of files depend on that being included somewhere else. Apart from that it still isn't working, of course. That's annoying. It says vulkan print on. Base is een ShaderResource. Let me try something. Nope. Const. That's not possible. Okay, do I have any views left? Let me see. Only 102. Well, I'm gonna explain this, okay? What is happening? It's very complex. It's very complex, but so the actual line that it's complaining about is this one. This is an OStream, standard OStream OS, and I'm writing to that lots of stuff, including then VK-utils print pointer, and then ShaderResource is a pointer to a const ShaderResource base, okay? And VK-utils print pointer is a template. So now the T here is the ShaderResource base, because the argument is a pointer. Well, it's a const. Maybe I should add const here. Yeah, guess I could do that. That shouldn't break anything. So it might be, you know, so let's just recompile to make 100% sure. So that's still the exact same error. Okay, so we're calling this, print pointer as a template function. And now, because we pass a ShaderResource base const pointer, T becomes, the type T becomes the ShaderResource base. And it returns, well, the pointer, and then it constructs a print pointer object, which is a template class, or struct, same thing. So this is now an object that wraps a ShaderResource base const pointer. And it is its own type. So now that is, we try to write that to an OStream. And that means that this is going to be picked up, because even whatever print pointer namespace is in, I don't know what namespace we are in now, but since print pointer is in this namespace, it is also going to try this operator. And we do get here, and that one does the following thing. It looks if the M pointer is null or not. Well, it's not, because we pass a pointer to base, which is non-null. Then I'm using here some magic, which is looking at if there is a custom IO manipulator set already. Well, that isn't. So I print an ampersand and then I print the custom IO manipulator. Let's set it to 1, so that if we recursively come back here, it's gonna skip this part. Otherwise we would recursively keep calling ourselves. And then it dereferences the pointer and writes that to an O stream. So now it's not writing a pointer, but it is writing the ShaderResource base directly to an O stream. Now ShaderResource base is declared. The base is declared in the namespace ShaderResource, but this header file is included by that's a print pointer, right? Maybe I should put this one first, I'm not sure. Feels kind of nonsensical actually, because they're templates, but let me try it anyway. Put it there. So we are trying to print this. Yeah, well, at that point all the includes have already been done, of course. And then we're trying to print something in ShaderResource, the namespace ShaderResource. And we have included debug vulkan print on. That matters because that has defined in vulkan shader builder ShaderResource this operator. So if you try to write to an operator that takes O stream and the base as an argument, then with using argument dependent lookup, it's going to find this operator, because that is in the same namespace as the base. The operator being the same as the one defined in namespace utils has print all. So it should, if that works, it should try to print base using utils has print all. There we are. Here's the namespace. So it's going to try this operator, where data is our base. So T is now ShaderResource base, and then data is a const reference to that. However, this operator only takes part in the overload resolution if the standard enable if is true, and if it is not, that the compiler should say that it is considering this operator, but then rejecting it because enable if is not true. Now the enable is should be true if has print on is true for that type, and that is the case if a declaration value of that type has a print on. And what I was afraid of is that you cannot make a declaration type temporary of base because it was pure virtual. So I changed the print on into print on with braces and not an equals 0. Now it should be able to create just the base, and then this should be true. Nevertheless, even if that fails, I want to see the compiler error, right? So if it finds this, and it should, that's the first check, it's going to tell me that it's going to consider the operator less than in utils has print on. So I'm going to, well, let's just highlight that. There it is. So it prints so much that you can hardly scroll over this, right? I mean, you see the error here, and then I did scroll over it, but I skipped it. I didn't see it. So now I highlighted it because I know what I'm looking for. Okay, so candidate template ignored, requirement has print on, blah blah blah, was not satisfied. So it's because of the constraint that it is not using it. And that's the problem. Fortunately, it explains why it ignores it, I hope. Apparently that is because base is incomplete. At least here it says that it is incomplete. I'm not even sure if this has to do with that error. Normally would say why. Was not satisfied, but why? But okay, if base is incomplete, then you cannot create it. So if you cannot create it, it cannot test or can even not know if print on exists. So I'm pretty sure that the problem is that base is incomplete, and therefore that the requirement, the has print on the requirement fails. So why is it incomplete at this point? It doesn't tell me, so I'm going to use a trick. I'm going to create a base here, because that's something that should succeed. Oh, what? This is defined inside the class. Why? Oh, no. Okay, shoot me. I pasted all this stuff here so I could see what I had to add here, and I forgot to delete it. I think what went wrong is that the paste defined a new base, a new class, a new base. Well, I used it and said, oh, well, apparently that exists. But yeah, I have the feeling that now it works, because it was strange to begin with. But hey, at least I explained how that operator stuff, and no, it's still not working. Okay, well, that's good. And we can continue. That's not really good. But so then the trick is, I'm going to, before we print this, I'm going to try to create a base. The fake dummy, whatever. What else? Semicolon. Don't see any stupid errors here. Oh, wait, I do. That's why it fails. It's not public. That's why the print on fails. It cannot call it. So it checks if it can call print on, but it cannot because it was private, and therefore the restraint fails, or the concept fails, whatever, however you will call it. Now I'm sure it works. Now we fixed 2 bugs. It still doesn't work. Holy shit. Requirement is still failing. How is this possible? You have something, you find an error that would cause this error, a bug that would cause this error, you fix it and you still get the same error. Wow. Well. ShaderResource base. GIMP, whatever. Dummy. Dummy is the right word. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, I remember that, but okay, now we get there. So the trick worked at least. Variable has incomplete type. So I thought that is the problem why the print on has print on check fails. And now I hope it's going to tell me why, and it says we have a forward declaration, but not a real declaration. Is it that simple? It's simply missing missing include in this header file. Yeah, I did a forward declaration here, that's true. Okay, that was the 3rd bug basically, but this is the more simple one, I guess. I'll just have to include definition of base. Where am I now? I'm in Shader Builder. Okay, so ShaderResource base.h. So that we can print it. I had one, dev0. No matching constructor for initialization of that. Okay. Now I did this before, I have to admit, and the vertical function does work with the has print on. So I'd rather change that back. Did I not open the base a while ago? There it is. I'm going to change this back to is0, and I think it just should still work. I'm building a Vulkan engine. Definitely not using one. Okay, so it can still print it. That was not a problem. The problem was I just forgot to include the header. I disagree with forward declarations being a bad idea. By the way, I need them because otherwise I have a lot of circular header dependencies. This source tree has an immense amount of circular header dependencies that I had to solve. It's already under heavy tension, so to say, almost ready to explode. And I don't want to run into another one. So whenever I can, I use a forward declaration instead of including a header in a header. No matching constructor for initialization of that thing. Why not? Requires 4 arguments, 3 were provided. Okay, let's just open it. Yeah, I added the ShaderResource pointer. Now I see they remember it, so I added this. I said hopefully we can just initialize the new member, this one, in the constructor. And I just did it, and then I said now the compiler will show us where it is constructed. And that is here, and I have to add pointer to texture. Now you start to wonder why not use a reference then. That's a perfectionist in me, right? I can do comma pointer to texture, but I don't like it really, and so I say no. Don't care how much time it takes, I'm gonna do this without a pointer. Which then requires again a lot of changes, because now this, well, I'm assuming here that it is going to work like this, you know, that I can initialize it in the constructor. And when I can initialize it in the constructor, it might as well be a reference instead of a pointer. So then ShaderResource itself must be a reference. Therefore we return here a reference. And now we get an error in add uniform buffer. Aha. Yeah, and that too. Suddenly it's not needed anymore. Well, I want to know that it is a reference and not really a member. So I think I should, let's say, add an ampersand. Ampersand, there's an add sign. What is an ampersand? It's the other thing. Yeah, well, I don't know. I think this is clear enough that it is a reference. Maybe I need a print reference utility. I would almost say, why do I not already have that? Print a reference. Don't have it. Let's add it. Can't be that hard. So also put that in VK utils, I guess. On print pointer, no, let's make that print reference and it is actually a silly name. You should rename it to like all the others. Print reference. Well, okay, I could of course make a macro. Why am I not doing that? Might as well record it. Let's do it on the next one. Well, the problem is, okay, no problem. Q2, whatever. Go to print, replace P, find P, insert underscore, escape left, replace P. That should be enough. Q. Where are we? Oh, 8. Also, if you do something like this, and nobody does because everyone is using an IDE, of course, and not doing something on the console like this, but it helps a lot to only look at the line numbers instead of trying to read the file name and then finding the file name back. This is much easier. So I look here, oh 8, and then I look here, oh 8 here, so the next one is 4. Super easy. Easier anyway. So now if I do add 2, yeah, that was faster. And the last one. Right, so I renamed that one, but I was going to write a new one, right? So let me be lazy and start with a copy. Print reference. And then I want to change pointer into reference. And then check where it breaks. Printing reference, utils IO manip sticky. I guess we can reuse that idea. And then this can maybe be a reference. Oh, pointer. Let's change pointer as well. Pointer to reference. And PTR. It's a lot of PTRs. Yeah, that was working. And then here we print it. So it's almost the same, except of course that the reference is never null. So we can skip that. And then still, if we're not in a loop, I am printing how shall I print a reference? Pretty sure I did this before. Somewhere in those decades. I think I'm just going to print no ampersand. I'm going to print first this. Don't forget about that yet. Let's print this. Print the address of the reference, and then we print. Say it's a colon, and then I print the whole thing. But if this is not true, then we cannot print this, but I still want to print something, so then I can only print this without a semicolon. I'm just going to print this. The semicolon rather fits here then. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that sticky thing means something, but let's be safe and just do the IO manipulator right before we print it. I think that works. We have a printer reference. Now of course I don't know where I was, but I know that I used print reference already. Yep. Let's just try to compile this. What was the last problem? Oh, we're never going to find that back. Hey guys, be friendly to each other. Take it from old guy. It's the words that you say that you cannot take back. If you're mad at someone, also in real life, if you're mad at someone, choose your words carefully. Don't say personal things. Like last I had a problem with the neighbor who parked his car in front of my house, so I had to look into the sun that was reflecting in his window all the time. So I went outside and I said, "Why are you parking your car so far to the left?" And well, to make a long story short, he was an idiot and an asshole, and he said nasty things to me. And I did not say anything back that was personal. All my words were about the car and the unnecessity to park it that far to one side, that he might as well, even according to his own logic, park it further away. And of course, he was losing in logic, so he became mad, I guess, and he didn't like me to begin with, I think. But then afterwards, I feel much better that I, didn't say things like "you old fart" and "are you an idiot that you don't understand," some personal stuff like that. Really, it's better for you not to do that. You might as well start here. Direction requires pointer. Finally, the expected compile error in add uniform buffers. Add uniform buffer. And it's obviously the same error, right? ShaderResource declaration now requires a reference to something derived from ShaderResource base. I have to scroll up to see what Silverhawk said. If you mean that, if you refer to your remark, damn, didn't know YouTube allowed torture streams. No, well, I don't see how that could be a personal attack. I see it as a joke. My remark came, of course, because of someone was using the word. Let me see. Yeah, well, you just above your line, Selhawk. By the way, I'm not reading everything, just glancing every now and then. Undefined reference to vtable. Texture.h. Alright, I added the print on for texture, but did not write the definition yet. Shader builder. Excellent, that's why this thing. So I have a texture here. Texture.h. ShaderResource, yeah. No, what now? Well, what am I doing? Include sys.h, include texture.h, namespace vulkan. Vulkan shader builder, ShaderResource. Texture print on. Let's see what there is to print here. Yeah, and then image. Oh no, what is image? Image. Also stuff. Oh, I'm not really interested in this. Why would I even want to print this? That's why I didn't add a print on in the first place, I guess. Let me just print this. Get it over with. I also have to add this in the if-def CW debug. And then the usual stuff. I should make a macro for this stuff. So my system, no, I'm not being paid. My system with OStreams is that I add a print on, public print on, that is const and a void to every class, which is then picked up by ADL magic and stuff, and debug OStream operators. I do not have to add those separately for each class. Earlier in the stream I showed something about that, how that works. And the big advantage is that you can just do m descriptor set key. Well, if you say, if you use an operator, this is a friend operator, less than, then that gets an argument of the type texture, and you have to type something in front of every member, which looks really ugly. On top of, as it were. And secondly, of course, I find it very important that I can just print everything to an O-stream for debugging purposes. I mean, it's a 3D graphical application. I'm not going to print anything except debug output to an O-stream. So it doesn't really matter what the type is. I should also be able to print it. As exceptions are always there, of course, but I think I would rather make exceptions for the standard types like this. It's a VK unique sampler. That is at the very least annoying to print. It's a unique handle to something. Not even sure if I can print it. Unique. Also a unique handle. I don't know if I can print unique handles. Let's try it. And then also this is a standard really. Standard unique pointer. Do I want to be able to print standard unique pointers automatically? Because somehow I have to realize that it is a standard unique pointer, right? If I just print whatever it points to, then I might think, if I look at the debug output, that that's just an inline member instead of a pointer. But for the debug output, I'm only really interested to see what it is, the contents. So if it is a normal pointer or a unique pointer, I don't think I really care here. So I might as well use, let's say, I could do VK utils print pointer. And then, yeah, either you can do get, but if I allow myself to do this for unique pointers, then maybe I should just change print pointer to also accept a standard unique pointer. So then this should work, because a unique pointer is also a pointer, right? If I want that to be really different, then I should do something like print unique underscore pointer or something like that, right? PTR. And apparently I have to include separately the VK utils print pointer. This time, let's not forget to delete this. Now let's put that one here, because it's a texture.cxx. Hi, Demir, my man. Yeah, I'm old and wise, so just so you know it. You have no idea. It's Carlos IDE. Exists of VI and a lot of bash functions and aliases. Yeah, this is just my editor, but some automation is definitely nice. So over time I have added a lot of stuff, but all as bash functions and aliases. Could show this before, but say which VI. VI is really this alias calling vim-c something, where this vim is really a custom thing that looks like this. And then I have stuff like I'm using CDEH. Go back, everything is the same. Wow, finally it says something. So my project is Linux Viewer at the moment, and then I changed not just my history. So the last commands here were a lot of CDs, but if you go up now, you see CD database and exit and Inkscape. That is my history of my home directory. But more importantly, also the environment is changing. The environment is now set to AICXX. And if I change to my projects, it goes back, of course. Yeah, now the history is changed and also the environment is changed again. And the environment contains stuff like are we really going to call names again, guys? If you're 12, raise your hand. So I set environment variables to, for example, the repository base of the project. And a shitload of other things. For example, which if I run make, you see me regularly type make, but no, it's not make. It's this. And what I really run is CMake under the hood. And if I take configure, then what it really does is also run CMake. What else? And then this is also part of my environment. And here I have this one. It's using set compile environment, which is this bash function. Okay, to make a long story short, I'm kind of using an IDE, but then all from the command line and from the environment. Still an undefined reference. Well, that's probably because I forgot to run configure, so it didn't pick up the texture.cxx. Ah, Brian, my man. I'm glad I'm not the only one who's in the 50s. Well, but I think one of the nicest thing of the internet is that you don't see age, because age is really, yeah, it's taken too big, if you understand what I mean. There's not that much difference, not that much difference between people, depending on age. Often, I don't know how to say that. Maybe not while I'm coding, because I have a lot of experience. But when I do other things and I would use IRC, then I have friends that are early 20s, and I talk with them over Telegram and other social media. And there is no age difference there, really. Just doing our thing. Well, that's a lot harder in real life, I think. I mean, it's also possible, but say there is a group of 18-year-olds that go out and I like the same music and I go with them to the dancing, then I'm the old guy. I mean, you cannot be part of that group then. It's just not done. It's not done, it's just not working out. And on the internet, that's a lot less. Well, sorry, yeah, I have the same humor. I like the same jokes and the same music and well, etc. I think the make should now work, right? I think. Well, I started coding at 12. But C++ didn't exist then yet. Well, it did, but... Now, did it actually? So when I was 12, that was in 1976, right? Did C++ exist in 1976? Because computers only started to... It's like right around the time that the TRS-80 came out. So the first computer that I coded on was a TRS-80 that I found in a shop. Yeah, that's how they look. So I found a shop that sold these things, but they also had them in the showroom. And there was a guy who sold those things, who were just showing them. But when there were no company people having lessons there, or you know, what is the word? Well, then the room was empty, and he just let anyone in, kids included. So I started coding on a thing like this. Well, my monitor is then built in black and white, and you have 40 characters like this, and I think 24 lines vertically. Here's an example of how that looks. Well, this even looks like a higher resolution than the TRS-80. Here's a better example. Yeah, that's what you get. Characters, a few. No, seriously, what was it, 1985? What is a release in 1985? I want to know when C++ was created. So there was really... I grew up in the time before internet. That means that you had to know everything from your head, or you had to own the books, and then, yes, I mean paper, and to look it up. So my dad bought an encyclopedia at some point, which you had on the bookshelf, and that was our Google. If you wanted to know some random thing, then you needed an encyclopedia, or you need to just know it. And these days you don't need to know anything. You just type it in Google and you find it. Extreme difference, really. What the internet did for humanity is amazing. And don't forget it. If you want to learn something, it's the internet, because the internet is the only thing that changed, basically, compared to when I was young. You can use the internet to learn about everything, instead of buying books and learning it from that. Yeah, me too. A modem. That was kind of a cool thing. yeah, so I started coding before C++ existed. That existed in 1983. Started to exist then. Oh man, now I feel really old. No, really. I remember that my brother once told me that Nostradamus had done a lot of predictions who all came true, except for the last one, that was that the world would be saved from a worldwide fire by aliens in the year 2000. So I thought, wow, am I still going to be alive in the year 2000? Seemed very, very far away. But after some calculation, I thought, well, I guess I'll still be alive. So I'm going to check, you know. And I regularly have thought back about that in the year 2000 something big was going to happen, maybe, and that I could check if the Nostradamus was right or not. But I thought back about that often, well, every so often, but in total often, and every time I've thought about it, the year 2000 seemed far, far, far away, like so far in the future that it was, yeah, ridiculously. Not anything having to do with my current life. That is what I remember. But in the year 2000, I turned 36. The longest time of my life, I had a feeling that being 36 was so far away I couldn't imagine it. It's amazing. So if there's anyone here who is now, say, 20, then that would correspond to just 16 years from now. So that is 2083. I can't do this. Right? I'm not thinking Dutch. 2038. In Dutch you say 2038. So you start with the 8. But it should not be confusing me. I think my brain is really deteriorating. I'm not saying I'm scared, but it's at the very least extremely annoying. Use of undeclared identifier OS. What stupidity did we do this time? I didn't add it here. I live in North Brabant at the moment. I did live in Amsterdam for 25 years. That was hell. It really sucks to see your culture not just be destroyed, but be non-existent anymore. Where I live now, it's only being destroyed. It still exists. And I blame my government. My government is evil. That's the word I was looking for. They really don't. I mean, it's a government from the Netherlands, and they don't give a shit about the Netherlands people. How you say that? Nederlanders. They don't give a shit about. Don't give a shit about our culture. They don't give a shit about anything. Currently, they're trying to kick all the farmers out of the country. Well, taking all their land. It's basically the same thing. Talking about killing culture. I could go on like that for an hour, I think, at least. Of all the things they did to kill our culture. And apart from that, it's just extremely stupid and bad for the economy. of the Netherlands, but they don't care even about that. They don't care about the economics of the Netherlands. They only care about their own job and their own position in the elite of the world government in the future. Whatever, I don't know what dreams they have, but it's pure evil. I forgot what I was doing here. No matching function for call to print pointer. Alright, so I have to add that. No progress here. No, I'm going to pass it as a cons reference. I don't see why I would increment it. Oh wait, I have to do that, of course, as cons reference. Or not. Printing a unique pointer. It's sort of a challenge. What happens here? Just nothing, right? Just a cons reference. That work. I think it works. I knew that. I knew that. What do you know? You don't know how to learn something. Well, like I just said, you can learn anything these days from the internet. So just type in what you want to know and learn it. And then the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing. God, there's another thing that we can't print. Unique image view. I don't feel like printing it today. It's about nothing. Didn't look good. What did it return? Get, and then was it a pointer or was it a get? It was a reference. And sampler was also a unique thing, right? Yeah. the whatever method. Or not. Oh. And valid operands to binary expressions and not all stream, and yeah, still. Oh, it doesn't know how to print texture ShaderResourceMember. Can anyone explain that? Pretty sure I copied it. Nope, I didn't. So for some reason I cannot copy this thing. You can select it, but it doesn't copy it. Copy. I'll type it in. Resource member. Also has no print on. Yeah, of course not. Now you gotta wonder why am I printing stuff in namespace detail. Can't be right. I'm only going to print this. Yeah, well, let's separate it. Really? Print on. Or was it has print on? Yep. It compiles. If I type get diff, I get this. Oh, that's why the other thing also went wrong, I think. Well, the other thing, no. Anyway, why not sit in even here? I should just look for fix me's. Doesn't compile. I have to look at that one. And then I have a members variable stuff. And another members variable stuff. And that's all. That is all. GPS. Doesn't compile. Alright, here's what we are trying to print. The texture declaration, the GLSL declaration of a uniform sampler 2D, as it says here. And the thing that is missing is apparently the shader variable. I mean, if I have a shader variable, then I can just print this. And this. Because shader variable has name and GLSL ID full. Right? What did I say? Name, yes. And the other one is part of the base class. This one. Yes, so if something doesn't compile, then it should be this line. Well, that can't compile because I don't have members. I only have a single variable. Delete this and rename this to ShaderVariable. Oh no, I called it variable because it was a vector probably with only one member. ShaderResource variables. It is returning a ShaderResource variable container. So then this should compile as long as I put variable here. If it works is another thing, but yeah, kind of the same thing here. Oh right, I remember. I added something to one of those things. What was it? I just added it. The base member. Okay, I think this now compiles, however, because I didn't need it. Let me try that. Okay, I have to make a picture of this. Right. It's kind of silly. Name is public here in ShaderVariable. Is used in a name. I mean, if they're public in the base class, then like make them public here. Who cares? Normally, I'm like, if they are virtual functions, then apparently you need them to be virtual functions. And if you need them to be vertical functions, then you're calling them from the base class as a vertical function and not from the derived class. Therefore, I make them private in the derived class, so that when I'm calling them knowing the type of the derived class, I get a compile error like I just did. So what I really should do is look if I'm also calling it ever with only knowing the base class, and I think I do for the other things. So it's dubious, but hey, it compiles. Okay. Yeah, well, where was I, right? Couldn't this one make, let's see. 2, yeah. I'm slightly worried about maybe this thing is not having a single member for the texture, although I vaguely remember to have added that code already. Well, yeah, that was the add member. So add member is being called for a texture, and then just that one member is added here. So we can check who is calling add member. That is one of the other many bash functions that I use. GPS is that function. So it does a slightly more complex regular expression grab on all the project sources, and then replacing current working directory with nothing, and the repository prefix is removed to get a shorter output here, which then works perfectly with my VI function, because that I can just copy this, and both the current directory as well as files relative to the repository base are picked up, no matter where you are. Which is definitely also not default Vim or NeoVim. Add member is being called here. Yep. It's done by add texture. And yes, I forgot again which file I was in. This file. So this probably works now, and then this is the next thing I should fix. Here I want to run over all the members, and then I need to really the member, so I have a basic type as well. And I think 1.5 or even 2 hours ago I was at this point, I don't know, and then I started to add something new to, I think, the shader resource. Which by now is renamed to ShaderResource Declaration as well. And while this is being added to it, therefore I could get the base pointer back and then cast it to, yeah, the type. Why not? Or I could add another member function here and pass a lambda that it has to apply for every member. I think both are equally viable. I'm gonna go for the simple one now, called ShaderResource, and then ShaderResource is these days the base. Yeah, okay. So I did copy this one. I think I copied it. Not sure we still need the variables then, but I'm going to get a base. Yeah, renamed ShaderResource class to ShaderResource Declaration, and did not rename the ShaderResource variables everywhere, I guess. That's slightly confusing now. Let me do that at least in this file, CQ function. By binding is also a declaration, so I'm just gonna call it declaration. And then here again, okay, I need to speed this up, right? How many do I have? The resource declaration. Okay. I'll admit it. I'm gonna use not my mouse, but this. And then I can go here. Now I can type EP. That works as well. EP. That was all. So the variables that I might not need, and then I get a base reference from the ShaderResource declaration. Maybe I should rename ShaderResource to base because it looks weird, right? Anyway, now I know that this is a uniform buffer base. It's still a base. No, I might as well skip that. Or let's first check that it compiles. So I need members. Let's make it an auto. From uniform buffer. So we have an M members here, that's probably the one, and that returns a const reference, so that would work. That's not true. An auto is never a reference. It's always a value. So we would use auto on this member. It would make a copy. Complete new copy of the container. So I really have to add a reference here to get a reference. It's like a template thing. But if I add a reference, I might as well add a const, right? Why not? And then we know that it is a const reference. And then we can run over it because it is a members container const reference, which happens to be the ShaderResourceMember container type, which is just a vector of ShaderResource members. Let's just copy that so I can jump to it immediately. This is also a bad auto, therefore it should have been a reference, I guess. Okay, so we can run over it, and then it is a vector, so this is returning an iterator, not a member, idiot. But let's fix that. I'm not using an del, just want members, which is now a container. And hopefully that then has a basic type and member name. ShaderResourceMember. Member name is part of a ShaderVariable. And basic type is part of push constant and ShaderResourceMember. Oh. Basic type is part of ShaderResourceMember. No member name. No member name. Okay, so what do we do about that? Add member name to it. It will be duplicated code. I hate that. Super much hate that. So not another way to get a member name here. Member name is ShaderVariable. Should have ShaderVariable here. I'm afraid not, because the shader variables are, well, they are in those variables. So what I could do is have two iterators that I increment both, one running over the members and the other over the variables, or not. Just gonna delete this. Not even sure if that's a one-on-one match. Probably not, and otherwise not in the future. So instead, I'll just add a member name, I guess, to the ShaderResourceMember. Member name. Maybe you should call it name. I don't know. Let's at least keep, if you do code duplication, the same name for the thing. Which, by the way, acts on a GLSL ID full. But I think I have that here. See, we have that. Shall I not add it? I'm gonna not add it, I think. I'm going to not add it. I feel it coming that I'm not going to add it. So instead I'm going to call this and then do the code duplication in the caller. Or is that even more dirty? This is ShaderResourceMember. Yeah, I think it's warranted to add it here. String. That is kind of silly. Why would I return a string? Let's return a string view. Can you construct a string view from a string literal? I think so. So this should work as well, right? I guess it's going to do the string len itself. And then since I called it result, I'm going to return result. And then we need something in between. What about that? Feels kind of stupid. Why not just remove return a GLSL ID? Sorry, return a character const pointer. I'm starting with the character const pointer. I just need the end. I'm going to return a character const pointer. And then I need, oops, I need to redo this line, I guess, more or less. To like something like that. Don't need all of that. Just return this. Duh. Wasn't that what I already did? But I got confused because it returned a standard string. But that is what we want, yes. And I can do this because I already have the other one. Compile. No, it does not compile. Unknown type name uniform buffer base. Did you mean no? No hints. Well, I have a hint for it. It's defined in ShaderResource uniform buffer. ShaderResource. Why wouldn't it not know that? I don't know. Sometimes I'm so lazy that I just run the compiler to see the error. But it takes a bit long these days with this project. It still doesn't know it, so I really have to edit, I guess. Yeah, it's not defined and copied it from here. Beep. Error unknown type name universe. That's the same error. Oh, that's here. Really? So did it already include it? Series rule declaration? No. I don't know. No viable conversion for ShaderResource base to incomplete type. There we go again. Why is it incomplete? I just included the header. Forward declaration. Member accessed incomplete type. It says that this thing is incomplete. It is defined in ShaderResource uniform buffer.h. Isn't it? Yes, it is. Complete. I just added it here, didn't I? Sure, added it. Twilight Zone tweet tune, where is it? Sorry about that. It compiled. So that was this function, right? Well, no, I'm not saying out loud that it works this time, but it compiled. Very close to working. Git diff. Where's my other fix me? I want the last fix me. Not that one, 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 not that one. This one. And that is the last one. The last members and variable stuff. And then I'm going to run the binary again and see it crash. And that will be our next cool event to what to do. Grab project sources. This is calling to us from here. Oh, that's an easy one. Uniform buffer base GLSL ID. Ding 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 ding. We have to return from here the GLSL ID string. While we have members. Which is not empty. And I just get here the first element, because it's now a vector, which is a ShaderResourceMember, which these days also doesn't have a prefix anymore. So, well, then I have to construct a prefix, and this time we cannot return a character const point, because it just points to the beginning then. So we're going to return whatever this returned, or the thing that I used to call. Oh wait. It's here, prefix, Not that prefix. Oh my god. Prefix is a short word. Standard string. This is the one. Oh, already found it. Standard string, as you can see. So that's something like this. Maybe I should add them to the other class as well. Or I can make a base class. The GLSL ID full base class. Make it the base class of that. Make it the base class of the other one. Add these functions and no code duplication. It's a perfect idea, I think. Then the only difference of the shader variable is that it also has vertical functions. Yep, I think I'm going to do that. Because code duplication is the nail on the coffin of every project. And I'm not going to start now. So basically I need that. And then this is going to be derived from, and let's call it GLSL. Nah. GLSL ID full. Why not, right? And then we call this GLSL full with an ID even. And that kind of matches the label, right? What's it? Sneaked in a capital S. So I never use abbreviations because then you forget what abbreviation you used, so you cannot grab your sources for it anymore. But if I use an abbreviation, for example GLSL, I don't even know what it stands for. It's just an acronym. Then I treat it as a word. Treating it as a word means that an acronym also has a capital first character, uppercase first character, and then the rest of the acronym is lowercase. Even though it's originally an abbreviation which is like OK or no, whatever. Let's say I don't know the word. You get a point. Like ID. Nah, so it's not really an abbreviation with I.D. right? No, definitely not. It's just identifier. Okay, enough bubble. All of that is going to work perfectly, except that it's kind of silly to return a string here, I think. I'm going to return a cat const pointer. And then we need to rename this. That's my constructor. And it is going to pass it to the base class. Instead, hell, we are not adding anything. Why not just using the base class constructor? And then I can add the constructor here by renaming this thing to the class name. And we're done. Okay, so yeah, now the thing has to get its own header, I suppose. where shall I put it? Not in pipeline. Shadow builder, I think. Shadow builder-ish. Okay, I'm putting it to shadow builder. So the thing is going to end up in shadow builder. Shader builder. Shader builder. And then we need an include. Shader builder. GLSL ID full.h. Now I'm going to move it there. There's a lot I like about NeoVim. Yeah, I just copied something and I leave the editor. I try to leave the editor. I managed to leave the editor and it still has it. It doesn't even run anymore, but the thing I copied is still in the buffer. How sneaky is that? So I was going to add GLSL ID full.h. Now do P and print it again. Pretty nice. And the namespace was vulkan shader builder. I think that's what I put it. And then I need to include, well, what do we see here? You see a string, and you see a C string, and that's it. And it is a header. Well, what are you going to do here? I have to go back to that one file, this file. And there I used member name, which I added to member, which is a ShaderResourceMember. Finally I found it back. That took a while. So kill the duplicated source and add it as a base class. This is shader builder GLSL ID full, which then means that we don't have this anymore. Should not need this anymore. This is now the base class. Same here. And now something is not working because the print on is not printing it. What is this print on doing here? Oh, this is that. I'm in the wrong file. I closed the editor and then I got back to the file that I started. This file here. This file has a print on. which is not printing the GLSL. Well, what the hell is it now? Why? How? Oh boy. Press Ctrl C instead of F7. Look at that. Should I not print really? At least that worked. Oops, yeah, so VI to go back to my last file. Now I can jump to this one. I have a prefix, a manual name and a GLSL full. I do not have a print on. Okay, let's not try that then. Seriously not going to add a print on for this thing. Really not. Okay, I'm not doing it. Let me do this. Yeah, this is a pointer. Okay, I'm gonna do a print string here. Which is defined in debug OStream operators. In other words, in global namespace. Global namespace. Apparently. Oh, there's a using namespace debug print string somewhere in .cxx. You would say that it is not defined in the global namespace then. It should be defined in namespace debug. Yet I'm using it here. Oh, there's in defaults, yeah, which does that. In other words, it's defined in namespace debug. So let's believe that. Compile. La 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 la. Error. Member initializer GLSL ID full does not name a non-static data member of the or base class. Now suddenly it's not a base class. Oh, it did something else, something stupid again, apparently. Nope, not seeing it. This is the class. It is highlighted also here. That is my constructor. This is the base class. No, it's not. It's a class, not a struct. Public. Plus, it might not even know what it is. Did I include that thing? Nope. Include excluded. Okay, I didn't pay attention and immediately a new error thrown at me. Base class vulkan shader builder blah 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 has a private destructor. Seriously? Implicit destructor first required here, implicitly declared private here. That's what I was looking for. Right. I'm not going to say that I forgot that a class is private. I'm just being stupid. I split this thing up and then I forget to add the public. So I've been streaming 4 hours now. And I think I'm close to running the executable again. But it's not that it didn't run for 4 hours, because the previous stream was also broken there beyond recognition. So it's been much longer that it doesn't compile. Or, well, or has had lots of stuff commented out. Object of type ShaderResourceMember cannot be assigned because its copy assignment operator is implicitly deleted. We saw that before. So you can learn from this that if you do this all day, every day, then at some point you're just going to recognize the errors. Like, no, not that error again. Yeah, but still I have to read the error in order to know what it's exactly about. 2. Cannot assign ShaderResourceMember in instantiation of template specialization something requested here, and then we repeat that a while. I'm not interested in it because this is in /userbin. Just skip over it. So userbin requested here, userbin requested here, and then we end up in a file that is mine again. Note in instantiation of function template specialization standard sort. Yeah, that's exactly the same as previous time. That the sort requires an assignment to exist. Last time it was because I had a variable that was const, so I could not assign to it. Anyway, in instantiation of member function, first it's going to finish the in instantiation of. So blah blah blah. Then we get to a file again. In instantiation of function. Yeah, root window. Okay, okay. And then finally we get to something that we just changed. And it's not a node in instantiation of. Now it's finally something new. Node copy assignment operator of ShaderResourceMember is implicitly deleted because the base class has a deleted copy assignment operator. That base class, which I just added. And the reason that it is deleted is because it is const. So it's exact the same error as the last time, except in a different place. How boring. Never be afraid of compile errors of 3 pages long, I would say. Because they are just long, not necessarily difficult. 2 days of work, it compiled. I'm going to run it. Does it crash? Vote for the chat. Is it going to crash or is it going to show me a window? Nobody's listening, right? 60 viewers. I should give you a little bit of time, I guess, because of the delay between the chat. Yeah, no, well, I'm honored by the noise. I think there are more yes votes. I vote yes myself too. If it does not crash, that would be remarkable at the very least. Yes, it crashes. But not a real crash, it's an assertion. So there's still hope that the comment that you have to add to every assertion is going to tell us which stupid mistake we made, and we can fix it quickly. That's not the comment I wanted to see. But yeah, this is what I was testing. It's disappointing. It's definitely disappointing. But I think I know how I can make it run, and if that's the case, then those 2 days of editing were, well, correct. Although they didn't fix the problem, because this assert is the problem. And I think I'm going to fix it, and if it runs without crashing, then I'm going to stop for today. Oh, definitely. It's bedtime. Okay, I already see it. This line here. The sleep. If I increase that to 100 milliseconds and it runs, then I did not make a mistake in the last 2 days. Device lost. Well, that's also a crash, but the assert is gone. So basically I'm exactly back where I was 2 days ago. Yeah, that sucks. So the reason that the assert is not firing when I do this sleep is because this fires off a pipeline factory. And this one too. And with a sleep of 100 milliseconds in between, they do not run in parallel. They run one after another, and that works. If I run them about the same time, 0 milliseconds also good, but even 1 millisecond. They just started at the same time. They run at the same time. They used to, and I think I changed that, assign the same pointer at the same time while they were using it. Let's see how I can show that. Let's say I'm gonna follow this pipeline factory, so I'm going to jump to the characteristic. characteristic calls initialize x upon initialization. And this is being run by a thread from the thread pool with pipeline equals 1, and the other one runs the same function with pipeline equals 2 on a different object, but the window that is being passed is the same object. So I only have one window, and I am passing it as a non-const. Now I thought that if I could make it work, if I cast a window that I get it to a const pointer before even this window was just a window pointer, then it would work. So I added the const here, and then we looked at where that went wrong. And it went wrong in calling this function, these functions here. So both pipeline 1 and pipeline 2 would use a non-const window on top buffer and left buffer, and that resulted in a non-const reference to that buffer, obviously, and it would call add uniform buffer with that. And also this was non-const, so the uniform buffer was not const. And then it would use that uniform buffer at some point. Oops. Yeah, I would get the members from it, and then store the member, a pointer to the members container in ShaderVariables, and then both pipeline factories would find the GLSL ID full string in the shader code, and then follow this pointer to the ShaderResource object, and then set a pointer there that pointed back to the ShaderResource object. Actually, it set a pointer in the members. So this could not be const, and now it is const, right? I'm being unclear. I realize that. But okay, it's just I still have a threading problem, a multi-threading problem, clearly, because making the window const did not help. Guess the search will continue tomorrow. My God, I need some kind of structured way to search for this bug. Cannot just look at the source code and then make some guess and then try something. I want to get to the bottom of it, and if there are multiple race conditions, then I want to find them all, not only the ones that cause a problem. Yeah, you have real programmers who program, and you have fanboys of some language. They go outside with banners, sticks, with Rust written on it. Okay, yeah, I just have to stop. And I see someone say that he doesn't even know C++, but I still enjoy this. I really want to know why. And that's not an attack or something. I'm just honestly curious what makes this interesting to watch, let alone for someone who doesn't code C++. If you can explain to me what a borrow checker is, then I can tell you how I do it in C++. Thomas, yeah. Well, I'm literally scared that due to remarks like that, my account will be removed. Because the censoring is also going straight to Chinese model. We all know that. Well, only the smart people maybe, so not all. Yeah, Demir, it is. I'm from the Netherlands. What? I had 400 to 500 subscribers days ago? Don't tell me it's more. Last time I checked I had 200 or something. Or not even. So show us some object orientation in C. Yeah, well, I think people use object orientation in C proves that object orientation is a must when you code something difficult, something complex. I just don't understand why they use C then, because once you admit that you need object orientation, you might as well use a language that supports it. Now, it's possible to code object oriented in C, but the language does not support it. So you have to do all kinds of really nasty things with macros and stuff. Yeah, you have, sorry, I'm trying to understand what you have been arguing about, but it scrolls so fast that I cannot read back. Vulkan engine is not a cheat engine, no. No, no, no. I think that the reason that people want to use C for certain projects is because it's considered to be better supported by environments in general. And at some point even I was rejected as a coder. I offered myself as a volunteer. And I said, but I want to switch to C++ instead of C for the project. And then they said, yeah, well, no. And I said, why not? I can do this much better in C++. And then he said, yes, but we know you are good, but you might not be around all the time, you know, for a long time. Or at some point I would abandon the project. And then they would have to find other programmers, other C++ programmers for that project. And they didn't think that was worth it because they thought that would be very hard. So they did stick to C because they thought that is more future-proof, if you understand what I mean. Because it's too hard to find good C++ programmers. That was an argument I once ran into. Well, I know there are projects in C that are object-oriented, yes. Vulkan is one of them. One of the things I do is, I mean, the original, original is probably the best word here. The original API in Vulkan is in C. And then they write a thin API, a C++ API around it, which is hardly using C++, which is why I'm having so much work to do. They have a vulkan.hpp with classes and everything, but it's a super thin wrapper around their C implementation. It's basically C still, but then using classes. I don't know how to say this. Let's say, I'll probably show it. I am using the C++ API of Vulkan, but I've started to regret it because it adds so little that I might as well use the C API and then write my own classes around it. I think it's going to be nearly impossible to explain clearly why I think that the C++ API of Vulkan is bad. I need some kind of file with something in it, let's say. Now, well, default should have a lot of them. Maybe not the best file. Okay, a random thing here. Oh, no. I have here a class in a namespace VK called pipeline dynamic state create info. So random thing I just found. So I can jump to that. And now we are in the user include vulkan vulkan structs.hpp. So this is an the C++ class in a namespace VK. But what does it do? Nothing. The native type is just a C type, static stuff, and they just copy the exact same things, the exact same members that are in the C type are repeated here publicly. They are not even private. And then they add some operators that, yeah, I don't know. It's as thin as you can think about it. So it doesn't really add anything. It's not how I would write a C++ class. It's something totally different. This looks like written by someone who just doesn't really understand how to code in C++. Or how to use classes. And well, the real API is written in C. So it looks like this. It is a type def struct hupplepup with these things and then that name. That's typically C code. This is Vulkan. And then yeah, their object orientation exists of the fact that every struct begins with a type. That takes memory, but okay, this is how you can see that's their runtime type safety. And then it's extensible because I have a pointer, a void pointer to something. Yeah, what? Well, that depends. Not type safe. But okay, this is the object orientation of C. And then you can do stuff like dynamic casts, you know, that, it would look at the type and then figure out if the type is correct. And this is basically some kind of implementation of, well, runtime is not exactly the same, but it could be used for polymorphism. It's kind of a virtual table and or derived class. It's used for extensions. Yeah, it's as soon as you start coding for Vulkan, even if you use the vulkan.hpp, the C++ interface, doesn't matter. You still have to deal with all of this. But then instead of VK pipeline etc. written together, it's a VK : and then the rest. They changed the type. The type names a little bit, so you have a namespace. Well, great. Let's see if we can find that back. Be input assembly state. There it is. So just a copy. Just a copy. Same name, but now in a namespace with a different type. But still a const pointer. So no, I think they could have done a much better job with a real support for C++. But then it would be C++, then you could not run it in C. And that is a problem for a lot of people, apparently. If you want to run, say, Vulkan on a mobile phone, maybe, you know, or maybe even embedded something, then, yeah, you have to drag in a lot of code. C++ is very verbose. It would maybe require more memory, and you would have to need support for the ever-changing standard of C++. Every 3 years there's another standard, and you need a new compiler. And the ABI is not even the same on all the different platforms. So you have very much quicker an ABI problem between, so you cannot share binaries. Let's say you compile it for Linux, you can run it on Linux. You cannot compile it on Linux and run it on Windows. Well, you can, but you still would have to compile it specifically on Linux for Windows then. With C, that's not the case. That's why people prefer C, I think. Yeah. Well, Brian, I never coded for graphics before, hardly ever. I've always only done things that you could not see, not visualize. Yeah, I'll give you an example. It's my home directory, something I worked on, libecc. It's not even that long ago. Well, depends how you look at it. 11 years ago since I compiled, since I committed, made a release. So this is an elliptic curve cryptography library. We needed something that was open source and patent free, and that didn't exist yet, so we wrote it ourselves together with someone else. And now you have a billion libraries like this, I think. But yeah, this is mathematics basically, and the output of this project was mainly this webpage. I have put theory in it and explained everything. That should be possible for anyone to understand this if you concentrate enough on it. You don't need a university degree in mathematics. To an attempt at explaining fields and then finite fields and what a field extension is. And then I get examples with a Galois field. I don't know if I did a very good job at explaining, but it should be consistent. It should be closed. So if you're smart enough and you put enough time into it, then I think it should be enough to understand. But this is definitely not something you can just read. This is really study. It can take easily a week to get one paragraph further. I have some really interesting things done in this. Can I find that? Opinions map, it's super short. It's like I'm missing something. Ah, this is what I was looking for. Counting. So the idea of an elliptic curve is you have a simple equation with x and y, this one, but x, y, and parameters a and b are element of a finite field. A field is something that you can multiply and divide and add and subtract in a closed way. So. And yeah, finite, it means that you only have a finite number of elements. So you have a finite set of elements and you pick two and you multiply them, you get an element, again one of those elements in that finite set. And yeah, what we do here is multiplication and addition. So that's it's defined. And then you can say, well, for a given a and b, that's a finite field, point at the element, that element, a and b. what are the solutions, so which x and y pairs exist. And that you can then call a point. So it's a point disk called an elliptic curve, and then xy is that for a given a and b. That it gives a solution to this equation is then a point on the elliptic curve. And then in order to use it for cryptography, you need a special kind of curve with lots of demands. And one of the demands is that the number of points on the elliptic curve must be a prime number, preferably multiplied with a small prime number. So for example, 3 times a prime number. 3 times a very large prime number. But in order to check that, you have to know how many solutions are there. So given this equation, find the number of solutions. And that's what I have worked on mostly. And I started with this simply brute force point counting. So I took a small finite field with only a few elements. And then you can brute force try every possible thing and then just calculate it and see if it is an equal sign or an unequal sign. And then, well, I list here the results. So you have the number of points on the curve. There are curves with only 4 points up till with 14 points. And then the number of curves. And this is for curves that are that have 8 elements. And okay, this was the result. Well, what you see already something very interesting. Even if you only look at this, it immediately shows that there are no odd number of points on the curves. There's never an odd number. You can also say, well, this one is 4 high and that one is 4 high. And that one is 12 and that one is 12, so it looks like it's symmetric in the axis around 9. But yeah, what to do about it? So I'll go to a larger curve and I find this. That's again symmetric and none on the odd ones. And then I find this, same thing, this, same thing, this, same thing, this, same thing. This could still do this one brute force and it's still symmetric, not entirely because the structure of the abelian, so those points form an abelian group and the structure of the abelian group is sometimes different, but the number of the points are equal. Now you have conclusions and stuff like that. And following the conclusions, I can compress the above data in a different way, which is then represented here, which then gives a new insight. I mean, this is structure, this is not noise. So, holy fuck. What is this structure? And then in this paragraph, I solved that. Hypothesis was there's some kind of hyperplane, blah blah blah. Proof of it. In the end, it can be explained with the trace of an element, but that I'm not going to explain what a trace is for an element here. It's going too far. Then I went to the next parameter and I did something interesting. I had this brute force counted number of points as function of a parameter. And then I just had a piece of paper and I started looking at these numbers in order to find a formula for it. So first I rewrote this table like that. It's the previous value minus 2 divided by 2. And then I saw that you would have to read the text, but when m is a prime number, there's something special with it. So you can write it out like this, and then there's already structure in it. So this table then shows a sort of structure that you can express in formulas. And then I started to write it again in a different way. Lots of work. And even more compressed. So again written in a different way. And then finally we came to a sort of a conclusion. And in the end I had mathematical polynomials named after me, which I invented or discovered, you should say. And a listing on Niels Sloan's integer database, this one. So A137503, the number of Frobenius equivalence classes of size n of the Galois field of characteristic 2 of a number of 2 to the power n elements with the trace equal to the trace of their inverse. That is this list. And you can see it's the author is me. So it should be an author as well, I guess. Yeah, author is me. And there is a link back to the page where he came from, cracking parameter p of b of the elliptic curve. So yeah, finally I'm immortal. That's a good thing. It's a nice thing, rather. And then anticlimax, this is a program that just generates the numbers. And I still don't understand how it works, but it does. So now I can just go on and on and on and just arbitrarily for m, you get how many points are on that curve. And then it says, of course, much more analysis will follow. Yeah, I never continued. No, that was the end. I think now I'm too old for this mathematical stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It was just, I mean, I did so many things. It's I cannot even sum it all up, but none of them had, well, with the exception of one, had to do anything with user interfaces or graphics. So this Vulkan thing is really the first time I even do graphics. Almost. I just did one thing before, and that was this. I made a widget, chessboard widget. I don't think it even compiles anymore now. Let's have a look if we can get something to compile. CD projects. Probably written in C++, not even sure. What? Okay. This is chessboard. Just all C++, I guess. No, it's not. These are my main projects. Some of them are in C. Well, does it compile? That is the question. I do have an a.out. Let's just run that. Hello. No, it's definitely not it. Okay, let's start with running autogen.sh. No, it's stable. Now we run configure. That didn't work. Okay, no chessboard example. guess version 2.4 is no more or something like that. Maybe generating done. Maybe I can still compile it. Nope. It's broken. I'm not going to fix it either. Too bad though, because it was a really nice chessboard widget. But well, that's who. Yeah, Demir, that is to show that that script is just intelligent. It's sentient, so intelligent it is. If I run autogen.sh, it fixes every problem with the build system for me. If there is a problem and I ever ran into that problem before, and then it knows about it and how to fix it. You can almost let it make a project. It's maybe an interesting attempt. Let's say I go to make a new directory, foo, and then I just clone HTTPS, I guess, GitHub. No, that's not how it works. That's how it works. Okay, now the only thing I got was this, right? Now you have to do a little bit preparation, I think, because there's something in templates. Okay, this has an autogen.sh. So what I'm doing is I'm going to copy from the templates from CWM4 templates autogen.sh to the current directory. So now this is my new project. It has nothing except autogen.sh. Let me see what it is going to do. Okay, that's not what I expected. That is not what I expected. No, this is not good. It's not doing anything. Okay, maybe I should create a little bit more, like a makefile or something. Let's see what other CWM4. We have other templates. Yeah, that's a configure.ac, for example. I can copy that. And there's a root makefile. So I can copy that as well, I guess. Copy that to makefile, although I'm not working with makefiles anymore, right? It should be CMake these days. Maybe I should copy autogendered versions, but I cannot imagine that I would not complain about that. I don't know. Big fail if it still doesn't do anything. Aha! Finally it started talking. Missing autogen versions. The file should define required automake version. For example, the file autogen versions could contain the following 6 lines. etc. And that is just an example, but I'm going to be stupid. I'm just copying it. So I could copy this file also here and say now I have it. Then it said generating missing M4 submodules M4. This should only happen when you run the bootstrap directly instead of oh, this is it. Oops. Yeah. The root of the project determined to be that fatal, not a Git repository or any parent. Oh, it must be a Git repository. Yeah. Well, okay. Git init. Now it is Git. What? Not init? What? No? How? Then how? Create an empty Git repository. That should work. No, I don't understand. Maybe it is git init. Oh, did I type that? Git init? No, dot. So initialized. Good. Well, I don't know what it's doing. Running AC local, and it takes forever. I'm not sure if this is a global or not. Okay, it's not as smart as I thought, apparently. But then again, I didn't put any effort in this word. Okay, well, I'm wasting people's time. Let me stop the stream. Yeah, if there's any new people who came in before I was coding C++, the stream already had stopped, basically. I was just doing stupid things and reading the chat and stuff. And now I'm really going offline, and I'll try my nightmare again tomorrow. It's already back there, yeah. I have no idea how I'm going to approach this. It's really a nightmare. How does one detect that a variable is overwritten by another thread? The only thing I can think of is by wrapping every variable in AI thread safe, which I wrote as well here. We have here thread safe. This has a possibility to wrap something and some variable or a clause or whatever in a wrapper, quite literally. example. So if I have my data and I just use this then as type. AI thread save wrapper. And then you can pass a policy, and I have multiple policies. The primitive one is just using a simple mutex to protect your data. But I also have one that doesn't do anything really, except check that it is not accessed concurrently. See what kind of policies I have. Read write, but this is just in this file, I guess, or not. Read write primitive one thread. I think that one thread is checking that there's only one thread accessing it. Well, that would be good enough in this case. So we could wrap everything in the AI thread save wrapper with one thread as policy, and then it will tell me if two threads try to access it. But that's a lot of work because I have no idea which variables actually are all being used. Okay, yeah, hey, it's 12:30 again.